Hello, everybody. Hope you're having an awesome Tuesday so far. We are going to try to finish the Cleric. Woo! I did do a little bit more work on it last night, and I am at Palm. I hope it's just Pompey, but if it's got more p-p-p's in the middle, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. This is the one I've been working on for about a week and a half, so I'm almost done with it. I'm at 95%, and I think I have about 200 stitches left. Whoop whoop. So we're gonna try to finish that, which shouldn't be too hard. And then if there's still time and I'm feeling up to it, I might start the next one, which is for the Dungeon Master. So exclamation point project will give you a link to the patterns that are available on Etsy by a different seller. And I did change a lot of the colors to reflect the characters that they're representing. Thank you, Miss Glue. So that's what they are doing. So if you look at the pattern on the website, they will be a little bit different colors, but let's see, 597. So I'm gonna be working on this, and yeah, welcome in. Yeah, crafty nerd things, that's here. I do crafty nerd things. I have the other ones I've finished. I will be making 9, possibly 10 in total if I decide to make one for myself. So these are the other ones. So Barbarian, one of the bards. I still have to make another bard. And then Artificer are the 3 I've finished. So this will be the 4th I've finished out of 9 for the other people. Like I said, 10 if I decide, because I was kind of spitballing the idea of getting like those clear tumblers that you could insert a picture into and cutting this out and sticking in there. Yeah, we have 2 bards. Okay, there are 9 players. So yeah, there's 2 bards. One is a college of, I don't remember actually. I don't remember what either of them are. I want to say glamour. And then one is like of the storyteller or something epic. The thing is though, because we have so many players, not everybody is there every session. So some sessions we only have 1 bard. And no warlock if they don't come. Or we have no bard, or we only have 1 bard and no ranger if they don't come. Because it's 2 couples. Alright. The dice values random, or do they have meaning? They do have meaning. So actually the numbers represent what the hit die are in it's 5th edition. So these use a D8, these use a D12. The Artificer is a D10. So that's what those actually represent. I almost changed the Cleric to be an 11 because she is a Cleric Sorcerer Wizard multiclass. And I thought about changing it, but I decided I didn't want to go too crazy. Plus, it wouldn't kind of fit with all the others, so I was like, I'll leave it. But yeah, the numbers represent the hit die that are used for that particular class. Yep. Yeah, so those are the current project, and then I was thinking, oh, this is gonna be fun to follow, because all these I don't know if you can tell in the pattern, but they're all like the same color almost. And the symbols are a little bit similar. Okay. But it's the last 3 colors in the pattern. And then we'll be done. And there's only, I mean, we're getting down to the last few colors, so there's not many stitches of each of these. This color has 97 stitches, and then the other ones will have less. I think one has like 40 something, and one has whatever the leftover is. But we're almost there. Yeah, my goal was to get these done, hopefully for, the plan is to give them out around Christmas. This particular group of friends, we tend to have a big Critmas party every year where we do like an all day, like a long one shot that's Christmas themed. We have a potluck, we swap gifts, you know, the whole shebang. So I am currently between jobs, and I figured, I'll go ahead and work on these so that they're done in time for Christmas. They're going to be well in time for Christmas, I think, unless I get a job very soon and get, swamped with work. But yeah, thanks for joining in and chatting. And for that game, oh, that got weird. For that game, it's the Vecna campaign. Hang on, one of my threads got off. Sorry, I gotta straighten that out. One of my threads got pulled. Funny. It's the Vecna campaign, and I am playing a Herongon Phantom Rogue, so I'm like a little bunny person, and a weird little, I'm just a weird little guy, little girl. Where are you gonna go? Here? Kind of obsessed with death, and my character really, really likes to steal things, but not for the monetary value, just more for, like, the lulz. She likes the challenge and stuff, so it's pretty fun playing that particular character. Little chaos goblin. Yep, a bunny. A bunny person. I like to think of it as like a mini version of the bunny people from like the Final Fantasy games. But I don't think they're that cool. I think they're more bunny than person. Maybe. But she's fun. No, she's goofy, lick the science. They do for Dex, but one of the cool things that they have is the, what do they call it? Not Leonin's, Leoprin? I don't know, something hop. And basically, if your movement is not 0, you can do like an extra hop that's equal to your, what do you call it? One of your skills. I want to say Dex, a modifier, times 5 or whatever. So mine is like, I think I can hop like 20 feet in like one go. And that says just like extra movement. Might be a bonus action. I'd have to look. But I thought that would be kind of fun for being able to like bounce around between that and then as the Phantom Rogue, I can also I have a Ghost Walk ability where I can turn into like a spectral form and sort of float around a bit for I think like 10 minutes or something. So I was like, between the two of those, I've got a lot of really good movement abilities, so I can like get around. The problem is that you know, I'm still a rogue, so I don't really, and I'm a melee rogue. I'm not a ranged rogue, so I do all the upfront, get up in there, stabby stab. Lots of fun. Oh yeah, no worries. I have been playing tabletop games since since like 2005. So I played in 3.5, 4th edition, 5th edition. I've done a couple podcasts. Like, I've run games, I've played games, so I've got a pretty hefty backlog of information squirreled away in my head. And I've also played a ton of other systems. Like, I regularly play with Ms. Gloom in a mothership campaign that we were running through. And then we also occasionally play other systems and stuff. And then we were playing in a Brindlewood Bay campaign. I love me some games. You did. You played in a one-shot once that I ran. I thought we did 2 one-shots for some reason. Because you did the... What did we do? We did the... I feel like there was 2 of them. The babysitting one, right? We had to babysit the two little cubs. Was that with you? I think I only ran that like with 1, maybe 2 people, and I don't remember if that was you or if I wound up running it with somebody else. If that doesn't ring a bell, then probably not. Okay. It's been quite a while since I did that one. That was where you had to babysit 2 Rakshasa cubs. And it was basically just, they were chaotic little animals. It was the Dark Ages. So many moons ago. Okay. Trying to think which one we did then. I know you were a barbarian. That's all I remember. But yeah, the D&D is good times. We have 1 and then skip 1. Yeah, I think there's a group of local girls here trying to get a game set up again. I may sign up for it. I may sign up to run it. I don't know. If I run it, though, I'm going to be hosting at our house. Because I'm not driving. At least not till I get a job. I know. I'm sorry. I would totally invite you. I don't know. It's very, very, very initial thoughts and stuff. Basically, somebody posted in a group I'm in for oh, that does sound fun. That sounds pretty cool. Yes, yes, yes. All of the yes. There was a place by where I grew up that had bingo, and I went with the guy I was dating a couple times, and man, those bingo ladies get into their bingo. Like, no talking, no socializing, just like listen for the numbers, smoke your cigarettes, and dab the dots. Don't play around. They are for serious. Yeah, it sounds like this is more like a social fun bingo. I mean, I had fun playing that other bingo, but we did get a lot of like dirty looks and told to be quiet multiple times because we were like giggling and, you know, trying to keep up. Especially during this like speed rounds. Because you could do like, if I recall, it was like $25 and you get a packet. And that's for all the different like rounds of bingo that they have. So there's like a normal one, then there's like the four corners, and there's the blackout where you have to get the whole board. They had the speed round, which is super, super crazy. And for each of those, they give you like 4 tickets or 4 cards, whatever. So it's not like you just have one, but you've got multiple cards. And for the speed round, they're literally like B12, O43, I2, you know, like just number. They don't even take a break between them. And so when you're trying to like do 4 cards and you're going dot, 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 dot. Yeah, we're having a hard time keeping up. So we were giggling and carrying on, and people were like, shh. Like, sorry. This is just a little ridiculous. I don't think we won anything. We went a couple times. Maybe like, I want to say maybe like 2 or 3. Not many. So after this one, I'll be doing the Dungeon Master one. And I didn't change any of the colors for that one. I just left it as is. Because I was like, I like the color scheme. It's pretty neutral and nice. The rave one. Maybe it'll be fun. We're doing... Friday I'm going to a friend's house to go swimming. For the afternoon. And then Saturday we're going to Anime Festival Orlando. Yeah, so I was thinking about the tumblers that are, like, if this is, like, your tumbler here, like, the side of it, you can, like, pull out an insert and put, like, a picture or something, and then you put the, like, interior in and, like, screw it together or glue it, and then you can put, like, a picture or something in it. I was thinking of those would be kind of fun to do for the group, so that we all have our custom cups. So I started looking at tumblers last night, and I was like, wow, there are a lot of options. I think I would need to measure all of these just to make sure that I know, like, the maximum and minimum, like, size. And then I also need to check the, like, clearance between, like, the interior and what would be, like, the interior wall and the exterior that you would, like, put the picture in. Because the few I was looking at said, like, insert cardstock. I'm like, well, this is a little thicker than cardstock. But it would be really cool. Do. It'd be useful. Like, who doesn't like a good tumbler? Yeah, I didn't get super far down that rabbit hole last night. I just basically started looking to see, are there options? What do they go for, you know, price-wise and all that. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's too early to start yawning. Not even lunchtime yet. So we're at, right now, let's see, that row done. 39 stitches left of this color. So just this side over here. Getting there. The end is in sight. Do you have a bunch of meetings today, Miss Gloom, or you just chug it along work-wise? Hopefully it's just a work day and not a bunch of meeting day. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I didn't even go to bed that late. Good luck. Thanks for stopping in. Bye. Chat with you later. Love you too. Bye. Bye. Anybody else still here? Thanks for hanging out. I hope you're having a great day so far. If you have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat, or you're welcome to just lurk. Oh, my eyes are watering. I'm yawning. Come here. Do. Boy. Let's see, I've been live for 44 minutes, so we hit... Actually, when we finish this color, I'll take a break before I switch to the next color. Take a little break, get some stretches, drink some water, you know, that good stuff. And then come back and do the last two colors. Alright, so with these all done, there are 27 stitches over on this side now. And then we will move to the next color after a break. After a short break. we tuck. Ducky, little tail. And then we come over here. I'm just hoping I have enough and don't have to get more. Might end up playing some thread chicken. Hopefully not. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully this is enough. We'll see if we can't make this thread last as long as possible. We shall do this. Getting warm in my office. I'll have to turn on my fan too. Turn on my fan on the break. Getting hot in here. I won't take off my clothes. See, we'll do go up. This is going to be close for sure. we have 1 here, 3, and then 1. I think I can make it work. It's gonna be a pain at the end, but I think... Three, 4. Alright, let's see if I can do it. We're gonna be really, really close on the thread. It's stressing me out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, should be actually... Oh, I think it's gonna be good enough. Good enough to even be able to do this without too much stress. Yeah, I've had worse. I've had shorter. Hey, we did it. Alright, so that's 95 stitches down. Oh, sorry, 97. Alright, so next one is 3766, so it'll be this color, and there are only 74 stitches of this one. Excuse me. And then only 41 stitches of this guy. So we're super, super close. But I will take a little breaky break. So let me put this here so you guys can see it for a second. Again, if you're just hanging out, creeping, lurking, I hate to call you out, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. I am gonna pop my beard back up. Take a little breaky break. back for a little bit. So we're going to finish this guy. We got 2 more colors to finish. We have 3766, and we have 598, ta-da, which are very similar, but slightly different, of course. So we're going to finish those, and then we will be done with this piece. Let me get bobbin, my marker, 3766, 3766. So I'll wind up this bobbin really quick. Just take me a minute. And then we'll get started on this color. Which is really just down at the bottom here in these plant area. So, yep. Sorry, I keep dropping my bobbin. I'm gonna wind this bad boy up. Now it does look like this thread might have gotten like something on it at some point. There are a few patches. I don't know if you can see it. There's a few patches that are a different color. I don't know if it was just got wet with something, or it doesn't look like this part of it has anything on it. So it should be alright. I'll just have to keep an eye out. Yep, this part looks good. It almost looks like it's burnt. So I wonder if it was sitting somewhere that like the sun hit it weird, or alright, so we have 74 of this color. And right now we're at 97.67%. So we're almost done. All right. The next one after this will be the Cleric. Sorry, what did I say? Next after this will be Cleric? No, Dungeon Master. Sorry, focusing on what I'm doing too hard. Too hard focus. I ran down, refilled my water, checked the laundry because I got a load in the wash and a load in the dryer. The wash's done. Dryer's finishing up in about 45 minutes. So probably be right around time I finish these, if I don't finish these first. These colors are so similar. Ugh. Like, really, really similar. Almost like these colors. I don't know if you can tell, but there's actually two. I think you can tell at this angle because this one, the lighter one, is like satiny, and the one that looks darker is actually just flat. So if you look more head on, they look similar, but at an angle you can see the difference. So I think this might be a similar scenario. Whatever. Just gonna do that. Of course, it's always tell also to see how much my camera is really picking up for everybody else. We're gonna go here, work up this leaf, and then come back. When we're done with these, hopefully my laundry will be done. I can run and transfer that real quick, and then maybe start the Dungeon Master one. Which I didn't make any adjustments to. That one, I'm just stitching it as is in the pattern. So that shouldn't be a problem. Should be pretty straightforward. And I actually took the time this morning already to pick out the colors and threads. They're already picked out. The fabric's already marked up. So I just have to put the fabric on the hoop and go for it. Alrighty, now we work our way back. Whoop, up, up. There we go. Get that there. We got this here. And then we're gonna come down. If you're hanging out, thank you for lurking. Thanks for being here. Hope your Tuesday is going awesome. Hope your Monday was great. Hope you have the rest of the week planned to do something fun. Stay hydrated. Make sure you're getting stretches in and all that good stuff. And if you're in the chat and you know of any good tumblers that you could like insert a picture into, feel free to let me know. I don't think you can put links in the chat, unfortunately, so you'd have to just like message me, like whisper me or whatever, DM me. But I'm curious if anybody knows any decent ones that these might be able to kind of go into. We'll do this. Go here. No, go back. Is there anything else over there? Nope. Oh, and I did update my overlay because last night, if you look up here, I did finish Paladin's Grace by T. Kingfisher, and I actually started Paladin's Strength this morning. I'm not very far, I'm like 2% in for my audiobooks. I think with my the book I'm reading, Iron Flame, I think I'm up to like 12%, I think is where I got to yesterday. Maybe a little further. I'd have to look. It's less than 20. I know that. But I'm making my way. Making my way downtown. Oh my goodness, I'm struggling. Here we are. Okay. I was like, man, I am struggling with this one here. I got it. I got it. Eventually. Alrighty. Those are done. Alright, next up is the next leaf. It is very, very... These colors are almost the same. Let me get this one down here, actually. Like, the color I stitched before this was a hair darker. But not by much. Let me see if you can see it better on the camera. I don't think you can even see it better on the camera. I think it looks identical on the camera. I'll go down 3. and then we'll do one more. And be done on this side. Here we are. Done with this side. Just put a... There we go. My foot was caught. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Drink some water. Drink some water. Okay. $33 left. Oh, sorry. That was a weird sound. Like a bubble in my throat. I don't know if you get that sometimes when you like swallow water. It makes like the weird gurgly. I think I swallow it too fast. It might go down. Alright. Getting these done. So close to being done. I'm not worried about the thread running out. I should have more than enough. Should, hopefully. 'Cause I've got 23 stitches after this little bit I'm on right now. I've got that much thread, so I got plenty of thread. At least I think it's plenty of thread. Way up over here. Do this. 2, 1, 2, and we get 2 more in this last little tier here. And then go here. We do one more on that last row, just to make sure. And then this one, we gonna go straight down. Doot, doot, doot. And that leaves us with 13 left of this color. And then what, 40 something, I think, of the other. Oh no! I pulled my thread out. Come on, go through. There we are. I accidentally put my finger like on it, and so when I pulled it through, it pulled out of the needle. Whoops! Alright, last bunch here of this color, and then the last color. And then we'll be done. This is where we're looking at right now. We're sitting at 98.91%. So really, really close. We're getting there. Nearly finished. Nearly finished. We can do it. Or you can do it. Perfect. All right. So that's there for now. That puts us at 99.15%. So we're almost done. We have... Oh, hold on. It's showing one more. Oh, it just didn't get marked. I was like, what? Where is there one more of these hiding? I thought there was one more of that last color hiding somewhere. It is not, though. It just... I didn't mark it when I was zooming in and out. Alright, last color. Boop. 5, 9, 8. 5, 9, 8. 5, 9, 8. And then we'll be done. The question is this piece that's already cut gonna be long enough? Or am I gonna have to get more? Ooh, I don't know. We will find out. Could be long enough, might not be long enough. I might be playing third chicken, who knows? Depends on how bad I want to not cut another piece. Let's see what we have. Yeah. Oh my goodness, sorry. I'm yawning. Okay. And we'll see if we can stitch smarter, not harder, and not have to do another piece. I don't know. I'm not feeling like this is enough, but we will find out. You know what? Hold on. is 2 minutes. I'm like, well, how long do you think it is? He's like, oh, I don't know, 90 seconds? I was like, close, not quite. So I showed him how to figure it out, and I showed him, you know, for doing like also multiplying so that you could do, you know, if you wanted to know like 10 minutes or whatever. So he's starting to learn the maths and all that good stuff. He does already know that anything times 0 is 0 and anything times 1 is itself. So he knows that much already. So we've been slowly introducing the maths. Let's see. It's gonna be close. We might be playing some thread chicken at the end. I don't know. We'll find out. Been looking, but we gotta do use something like a 10. Here's how to carry with that. It sounds like also hello, Mrs. Reefsy. I hope I'm saying that right. Thanks for lurking. I do the carry method, I guess you would say, because the 10 frame doesn't sound familiar. I do live in Florida, and I know that there's the I don't know, Common Core something or other that kids have been learning. Mrs. Reef. Okay. Yeah, so I was teaching him for both the addition and the multiplication when you do, let's see if I got scratch paper. Yeah, this will work. Just the basic, you know, I said like, here's 60 plus 60, you know, because this is 1 minute, and this is 1 minute, and you want 2 minutes. You know, so I did 0, and then he did 12. So I did 2, and then you would put the 1 up here, and if there's more, then you would do that, but there's nothing, so it just comes down. And then for the multiplication, you know, I did 60, I think I did times 3 for him. And I showed him, you know, 3 times 0, and then 6 times, oh, you probably can't see that very well. And then the 6 times 3 is the 18, so the 8 carry the 1, or sorry, 18, you just put it down here. Ignore that. Oh, okay. No, we didn't do anything like that. I did have him show him to do like 6 times 3. Okay, so to be clear, he's 5. So this is, you know, much more advanced than him. He's a smart 5, but he's, you know, only 5. So I did do like, if you're doing 6 times 3, you could do 3 groups and do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in each group. And then I had him count the dots. Yeah, so that's how I showed him like the 6 times 3. And then the 1 plus 1. Right. And he is advanced. We've had him tested. He's he's got ADHD, and he's high IQ. They determined, this was back in December. And he's reading around a 3rd grade level already. So he's definitely advanced for his age, and, you know, asks a lot of questions. There's nothing is really off limits for him. Exactly. You know, so we try to keep him challenged, and, you know, I mean, he's asked bizarre questions in the car, like, was Genghis Khan a nice guy? And I'm like, okay, first of all, how do you even know who Genghis Khan is? And second of all, what? You know? I guess a kid he goes to a daycare because his birthday, he missed the cutoff for starting school last year. So he's been at a daycare, and they have the school age kids, so 7 and 8 year olds. were there, and I guess one of them was talking about it. So he was asking me, and I'm like, well, he's not really alive anymore, but it also depends on your point of view, and we also don't try not to sugarcoat things too much for him, you know, because it's not gonna hurt for him to have the truth, in age-appropriate terms. But yeah, he's a smart aleck as well. So we'll be looking at something like a board game, and I'm like, oh, do you want to play a board game? And he's like, sure. And then we'll look on the, you know, we have a huge collection of board games. I'm like, oh, well, this one says it's for like 7 and up. He's like, well, I'm as smart as a 7-year-old. Like, well, you are as smart, but you're not as mature as a 7-year-old. So, exactly. And I've also found that you can ask, you know, the Google, hey, explain such and such to me like I'm 5. And it will help kind of pare it down. Yeah, and he's played some games that are, you know, 10 and up without any problem. And then there's other games we have that are, you know, 8 and up. And I'm like, ooh, that one, you could do it, but I don't think you're going to like it, is the problem. His current obsession is axolotl, the game and the animal. He's really, really into axolotls right now. We've got a stack of books, and he's been going through them, learning all about... Okay, I'll have to check that one out, Crash Course. He's been watching, I don't know if it's a YouTube channel or what. It's something on his tablet, but they do science experiments. So, of course, he's also been running around a lot going, for science! And when I say, hey, do you want a snack? He looks at me and he's like, let me do some calculations. And I'm like, buddy, I just want to know if you want a cookie, you know? That's awesome. Yeah. My mom didn't even know what they were. So, of course, he was telling her all about them. I'm like, are you now an expert on axolotls? Yeah, they're pretty cute. I was looking up, like, what the cost for a setup would be and, like, how much they cost, because I was, you know, curiosity. I also have ADHD. So I was like, let me just chill up. I mean, you can get a pretty... Ah, Mark Rober. That's who he's watching, actually. So whatever that is on, that's what he's been watching. Yeah, and he's been telling me all about it. Oh, and they did this, and they did that, and I'm like, cool. Yeah, that sounds accurate. That sounds like science. Okay. Yeah, he had, when it was, what was it? Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Martin Luther King Day? Martin Luther King Jr. Day? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. That day, that holiday, Martin Luther King Day, I had him watch one of those videos about who was it, you know, the history videos, so, and of course he gets his little, what do you call it? Got to do an egg drop. Oh, that's cool. That's really fun. Yeah, we have him do, Brain Pop. Okay, I'll take a look at it. He has a subscription he got through, the daycare for his pre-K graduation to a website that my brain is not bringing up the name of at the moment. But it's like a prep for kindergarten website to help them, like, go through different stuff they'll be learning in, kindergarten, I guess, or like to get them ready to start. it's not brain pop. It's... It is... I feel like it starts with an M. But I do have a couple friends who are like, are you considering homeschool? I'm like, yes. Moby Max? No, it was... I think I have it on my phone, maybe? Did I pick up on my phone? That doesn't ring a bell either. Let me see. I know there's a way to see what's on his tablet from my phone. Don't remember how, and his tablet's downstairs, but yeah. Oh, you do homeschool. Yeah, it's one of those things where I think... Oh, thanks. It's, when you say the embroidery frame, just this, my blue tape. I'm just nervous about doing homeschool because I normally work. I'm currently between jobs. I got laid off. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just a little wooden dude. I wish this held a little. It's very loose, so as you see it swinging around a lot. Yeah, it makes me nervous to think about doing homeschooling only because I'm afraid I won't do good enough or well enough. Exactly. So I'm like nervous about that. So we're gonna see for the first year how kindergarten goes. Kind of get a not my thing. I could do some of the arts. You know, he does the karate and stuff, so he's getting his physical. So I think we could do it. It just definitely would be a lot of floundering, I think, at first, till we figured it all out and really, really got functioning. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so I'm in Florida, and I know there is the Florida Virtual School, which has always been on my mind. It wasn't quite established when I was still in school. Otherwise, I probably would have gone that way. I did not like school. I struggled with the, what do you call it? Not with the social stuff so much, but with just the structure and like how rigid it was. I really, really struggled with that. To the point that my last year I did dual enrollment at the college, and I actually took 5 college courses instead because they're, oddly enough, a little bit more lax. They were online, 2 or 3 online. I think it was 3 online and 2 in person. So I actually wound up going that route where I didn't have to be, you know, in the classroom, you know, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. regularly or whatever. I could just go like once a week and do my homework, which worked out a lot better for me. Alright, that was the last stitch of this color, which means, I believe, double check, unless there's one hiding somewhere else. Nope, that's it. Means we're done. Means we are done with this color. Yay for progress! Yes! So this guy is finished. So, Mrs. Reef, do you also do cross-stitch or embroidery or other fiber arts? Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, we've been pretty lax about looking into it just because he's still at that kind of in-between where he's, you know, because of his age, he hasn't started school yet, and we don't know how it's going to go. Oh, wow. That's awesome. I love watching spinning and weaving. Crochet and knitting you know, public speaking, critical thinking, teamwork, leadership, on both sides of the table. We taught them how to play it and how to run it. So it was really, really fun. I loved that job. Unfortunately, it was only a part-time job. And it was kind of an in-between thing. And since COVID, that program has actually been nixed. So it's no longer even a thing. Oh, that's awesome. Yes. Yeah, gaming is so good for kids in a lot of ways. It does have its toxic traits and things, but yeah, our D&D games are always off the rails. We always have like our own side things going on. In one of our campaigns we had yeah, exactly. Depends on how it's being taught and managed. We do one of our campaigns, we actually had like a spreadsheet for the campaign because we had kind of adopted a town, so to speak. It was supposed to be a town we just kind of blew through, and instead we decided to stay and invest in it. And you know, like the leadership was all sorts of corrupt, so we like wiped them out and put in like new leadership. And so every session would start with like 30 minutes of, okay, you know, let's do our you know, city building sim. How much are we investing in these parts of the city? From, you know, we like rebuilt the, what do you call it, the market. And like we sat down and crunched out how many stalls there could be and how many were like premium versus regular, and what would we charge for people to like rent the stalls. Yeah, so we had passive income for our party. Because why not? All right. Yeah, that's how we play D&D. We also all like, you know, defeat the cultists and took out all the bad guys and tried to help the all the sad, what do you call them, mercenaries who kind of stumbled into their sad lives. We helped them find real work, get them established. We were really, really weird. Alright, so I already did all the the prep stuff for the next one too, because I was like, oh, it's gonna be so close. So let's go ahead and pop this guy in. Let's see. So the next one I'm doing is actually the Dungeon Master one. Oh, and if you haven't seen, thanks. Shift PROJCT. Did I spell it right? Yep. So that's the link for where the patterns actually have come from that I'm using, but I have changed a bunch of the colors. So just keep that in mind if you're looking at them and going, this looks slightly different. Yeah, not my patterns. I cannot claim ownership over the pattern creation. Only over the stitching. Why does that seem so close on the bottom? Oh, because I didn't mark it across the bottom. That's I'm like, why that's just... Yeah, so this fabric, I actually had it marked out for another project, and then I decided to scrap that project, so that's why it was all pretty much marked out ahead of time. And you'll see a bunch of other... Oh, that's cool. Oh, congratulations on graduation. That's exciting. Yeah, My son just did the pre-K graduation, and he's telling everybody, I'm going into first grade. I'm like, you're not. You're going into kindergarten. We'll see how the year goes. Slow your roll, buddy. Let me see if there's anything all the way touching. Oh, there is around 50. Oh, I'm gonna have to slide it this way a little bit. See if I can. 6. Oh wow! Congrats. That's a house full. That's for sure. We just have the one. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats. My mom was one of 6. Uh-oh. That little thing fell. Wow. Oh, it's so small. Oh. I can't even fathom classes that small. I think because, all through school I had, our class size was like 20 to 30 students. So to hear that like and there was multiple classes, there was like obviously a bunch of them. Oh, I just bonked my table. 42. Oh, that's so small. Bet that graduation was short and sweet. All of them, actually, if it's multiple ones. Sharpie. 3770. 3770. Yeah. So I grew up I've born and raised in Florida, and, you know, we had a pretty decent sized county and school and everything. And we were on the coast. So kids wandering around was usually like skateboarding and at the beach. Lots of skateboarding. Lots of at the beach. Lots of chaos. We did a lot of mall hangs and all that. Yeah. Luckily our neighborhood is pretty like nice. And because we've lived here since my son was born, and I used to like take him for walks around the neighborhood a lot, everybody is like aware of who he is. Oh wow. Yeah, that's pretty far. So like if he were to be out wandering around or roaming around, they'd be like, "What the heck, dude?" Yeah, woof. Yeah, I have a Walmart within 15 minutes and a Sam's Club. Costco's 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, but I'm near Orlando, so it's a pretty big town. Not in Orlando, but near Orlando, so you can imagine there's quite a bit around with the mouse. Yeah, I always say like, "Oh, I would love to live out in the country," and then I'm like, "But would I? Like, would I really like to? I don't know. I don't actually know." Ten, 1, 2, 1. Ten. So it should be here. We're gonna start with this lightest color possible, probably. Joy. Nah, we have what, ecru or whatever. Which I definitely had to dig around and fry out. Yeah. That makes sense, though. I mean, I think I've always lived in at least sort of cities. Like, where I grew up wasn't huge, but it definitely was, like, the county was pretty populated. So I wouldn't say it was called a city, but it definitely was populated. Of course, the population was, like, a lot of old people. Then we start the new one. Yeah. When I've stayed out in the country, I'm like, this is really nice. I do like this. I just don't know that I could live in it. I also do not have a green thumb. So I can't... The idea of, like, growing my own food and doing, like, the very, like, country lifestyle, I really like it, but I know I would fail so hard. So hard. I cannot keep plants alive to, like, save my life. So that's not an option. I like animals. I could maybe do, like, taking care of animals. Okay. See, I love the idea of doing the whole country thing, like off grid, all that stuff. Like I say, I just know we would be terrible at it because my husband's in IT. He does not have a green thumb. I do like, we used to have four-wheelers growing up and a jet ski, so I love, mow lawns. Same. Actually, I don't even do that. I have lawn care people because, it's, 85 degrees at 8 a.m. and the humidity is 100% down here. And that's too hot. I used to, when I did the part-time job where I worked with the kids and stuff, I did do... check. Yeah. I did do our lawn care, and it was brutal. I'm off camera. I pretty much would always get borderline heat stroke every time I had to do it because I'd be out there for, 3-4 hours doing the lawn and then trimming the bushes and then weed whacking, and it just, yeah, it was not fun. So I told my husband when I got a new full-time job, we would be getting lawn care because I would not be doing that. Yeah, it is. Yeah. The humidity sucks. Definitely the worst part about living here. And because we're in the middle of the state, we don't get any sea breeze. None of that other stuff that the coast gets. We also don't get the hurricanes as bad here in the middle of the state, though. As bad. We still get them, but not as bad. Yeah, we got the humidity, the mosquitoes. Between all that, I'm like, yeah, I'll stay inside. There's a reason we invented air conditioning. It's gross outside. I don't mind the heat when I'm in the pool. Well, we don't have a pool, but when I'm in a pool. Or when I'm, laying out on a pool deck, reading a book. We got 2... So you said you were doing the crochet for your daughter. Is that the amigurumi? I'm probably saying it wrong. Style, I guess, where you make like the little dolls. Okay. That's cool. Oh, wow. I was just going to ask about how big are the dolls going to be. So 14, 16 inches is a decent size. Slightly larger than an axolotl. Facts, my son was telling me. Of course, he tells me them at, 7 in the morning. Oh, very cool. Now, do you also stream at all? Yeah, especially when they're not working. Like, buddy, I haven't even had coffee or anything yet. Can you not spew axolotl facts at me at 7 a.m.? Aw. Hey, you gotta start somewhere. So my first stream, I used to stream years ago, like 2016-ish. I streamed for a while, several years, and then I took a break when my son was born, 2020. And then I tried picking it up again a couple years ago, and I didn't stick with it for various reasons. So, it's a learning process. But way back when I first started, I was playing like a racing game or something, and it was with a friend. And so I got everything set up. It was ugly. It was janky. Nothing was working right. So I'm going, and I had it up on a screen so I could see like stats to make sure everything was like working okay. And I saw the little thing that said that there was like 2 people watching the stream or whatever. And I was like so excited. I'm like, hey, thanks for coming in. I hope you're having a good time. Like just jamming it up. And then I was like, hold on a second. Those 2 people, that's me and you. My friend that was like in the game with me. And so we just died laughing because it was, it was one of those things where we were so hyped. We're like, hey, what's up? And then realized it was just the 2 of us in my stream. So, we've all been there. I have stuff to do. King Arthur, Princess Guinevere, the Holy Family, and 2 grandparents. Get decision. So you have King Arthur, Princess, the Holy Family, and 2 grandparent dolls. Roll a d8. And on an 8 reroll. So King Arthur is 1, Princess Guinevere is 2, the Holy Family are 3, 4, and 5. That's how I do it. Yeah, so I'd had that stream, and I had one stream where I was playing for like, I think about an hour and a half or 2 hours on mute the whole time. That was fun. I realized after, I went on break and I came back and I was like, oh, hi everybody. My mic has been muted, hasn't it? Why didn't anybody say anything? Because there was people in the chat saying stuff, and they were all talking back and forth and commenting on what I was doing. Yep. So, we've all been there. It's really fun too. Yeah. I believe it. It's really fun, like, once you start building a community too. When you, like, start streaming, it does take a little bit. It's very snowball effect. Like, once you get 1 or 2, it kind of starts picking up a little bit. And, like, right now I'm at the, like, rebuilding. It is very different. I could see that. See, I think the teaching would be scary. Because you're, like, in charge of people. I don't know, learning. This, I'm for fun. If you learn something, awesome. If you know, have fun, awesome. Is my screen flicking? Why is my screen flickering? That's weird. Oh, you know what? I think because I bonked my mouse, maybe? Hang on. Let me flick that back over and back real quick. Let's see if that fixes it. I don't know why it's I think my mouse was hovering over it or something and it kept wanting to refresh. But here you don't have to. Oh yeah, in person, I believe that. %100% can see that. Yeah, when we did our programming for the students for teaching like the D&D stuff, we did there was like a 2-week summer camp, and the first week was like the 101 stuff. So it was like how to play the game. We did 2 groups, like veteran players. Actually, I guess we did technically 3 games. Veteran players that wanted to learn to DM, and then new players. And so we had, like, kind of paired them off into, like, veteran players with new players to help at the tables. And we also had the, like, the GM route. If people wanted to learn to play, we had, like, they went to a separate area, and we had curriculum for them. That, to me, was very stressful. And I've tutored all my life, basically. I worked at the college as a tutor, so I'm used to doing like small groups and everything. But to me, that was like super stressful. I'm like, I don't think I could be a teacher. I could do tutoring. But yeah, that was all in person. And I was the one I did the GMing. So I taught, it was like one day about table management and scheduling and, sharing the limelight and all that stuff. Yeah. I think that's, no, because I could do a group. But yeah, we did table etiquette. We did sort of like talked about how it's kind of like project management, and you have to like know what's coming up. Teaching a lot of the social stuff. Human error. I remember when I graduated college, I signed up to do it's where you do the what do you call it? Inner city schools. And you do like a 2-year program where I think it's like 6 months of training, and then they put you into a school. You teach for like 2 or 3 years, and you get a stipend and stuff. And it was like this whole program. I don't remember the name of it. And I applied, and I was like, oh, like I think I would be good at that. Like I could do English, even though I don't have a teaching degree. Because in Florida, I think you can teach a certain period of time without like a teaching degree or certification. And so it was kind of to help in that area, as well as to get they would help pay for if you wanted to get your teaching certifications, and if you decided to go on and get more education in that area, they gave you a little bit of a an amount for that, like almost like a scholarship kind of thing. So I was like, oh, that's great, because I thought of being a teacher maybe. And so I applied, I did all the paperwork for it, and they straight up rejected me. I was like, wow, okay, I guess I don't want to do it that bad. Okay, cool. I was so upset they rejected me, because the lady I'd met with was so, oh, we need people, and like, you know, you have an English, my background is tech writing and graphic design. She's like, that would be great to go into like teaching English, like that's one of our areas we have a hard time filling, blah blah blah. And she like hyped it up, and I'm like, all right, you know, that sounds pretty good, because I didn't know exactly where I wanted to go when I graduated. And yeah, I got just straight up rejection. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'll keep looking. 2. Right. Yeah, she almost borderline made it sound like they were desperate for people. So I was like, oh, well, you know, if you really, really need somebody, I think I'm a pretty strong candidate, you know? Apparently not. Yeah, I've been looking for work since September, and it's brutal out there. It is. It's so weird. And like right now, there's been a lot of just like being ghosted by people. You'll message them, you'll talk back and forth for a few days, and then it's like dead silence. I'm like, okay, I thought we had some going here. Like, dude. Especially when they reach out to you and they're like, you're an awesome fit for this position. You would be so great here. And I'm like, cool. Oh, that's weird. That's awful. Huh. Does that have anything to do with like ranking of states for education? Like maybe it's gonna sound bad, but maybe like Idaho and Oklahoma are like lower rankings than Wyoming, and that's why they won't accept the certification. Okay. Got it. Fair. My mom was a teacher for a while. Her background was in finance. She worked for a while at SunTrust doing like loans and something else. And then she worked for a while at US Cellular with their like banking and accounts stuff. I don't know exactly. And then cuz I was in like middle school at the time. And then she decided to go be a teacher. And she started with, I think she was doing middle school math. I think. Was it middle school math? She started with middle school math, and then she worked and did some middle school, some high school. She didn't do elementary school. It was mostly middle and high school and math. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so you're qualified. Just not in their whatever messed up view. 5th to 8th math. She did mostly 6th to 10th ranges at a couple different schools. Yeah, I've got a couple teacher friends, and I've got, well, one of my friends that I grew up with, she's a teacher, but she has special education. There you go. Yeah, my mom didn't teach while we were in school. She didn't move to the teaching till after we were actually out. Me and my younger brother. He's 2.5 years younger. Okay. Yeah, our elementaries, well, where she's at, they go up to 6th grade, but where we were at the time when she started, they went up to 6th grade, or style reverse. That's cool. Yeah, we made the mistake of leaving to go searching for, it was like right after pandas were introduced, I think. Or we'd heard there might be pandas. And so we went searching for them. And then at one point, like, she fell down like a giant hole and died. And then tried to find her way back to me, got lost. And then from there, it just was, we were just a mess. Just a mess. But that's really cool. How many students do you typically have? Okay. And is this throughout school? Because I had signed up to teach some stuff on there, and then I never did anything with it. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Neat. Yeah. That's really cool, though. My phone is buzzing. That's somebody messaging me? No, no, no. Okay. Make sure it's not anything important. No, just Discord messages coming in. I have a group that I play Mothership with on Tuesdays. And so a couple of them are chatting about playing tonight. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, my husband is more tech-minded than I am, so I'll be like, husband, I need a Minecraft server. And he's like, okay, I'll set it up for you. And he gets it all set up and then lets me do it. Lets me play. So he's set up, like, in the past, like, a Minecraft server. He's done 7 Days to Die. He's done a couple other different ones, like any other games that can have, like, like locally hosted servers. So but yeah, that's my husband does that. I am just techie enough to know when I've, like, hit the point where I can't go any further, thankfully, so I can get far, and if I can find well enough written instructions, I can follow them. But he also has a very intricate setup for our Wi-Fi and everything, so sometimes I get to a point and I'm like, okay, this is what I think is the problem. Am I right? And he's like, no. Or, yeah, you're close. Alright. Yeah, and between him and I, we have, like, a huge range of skills. So he's very techie. He works in IT. But we also have multiple like 3D printers. We've got a CNC machine, a laser cutter. We've got currently up and running 2 filament 3D printers and 1 resin 3D printer. We also have a forge set up because why not? And then my background is actually like initially in graphic design, so I can do a lot of traditional, painting and drawing and all that good stuff. Yeah, we'll have like a nerdy weekend sometimes where my husband will sit at the table and build a Gundam. I sit at the table and I'll cross stitch, or I'll build like one of the Book Nook DIY things. And then my son will sit at the table and he'll be doing Legos. And we just sit there kind of doing our own nerdy little things. My son's been getting into more video games lately, which is fun. Sorry, counting. So my husband has introduced him to Sega Genesis and all the Sonic games, and then he was playing Crystal Ponies, I think it was called, the other night. I don't know. He was a little pony running around getting horseshoes and keys and stuff. A little side scroller from it was on Sega Genesis. And I got home. I'd gone out to lunch with a friend. I get home and he's just telling me all about it. Oh, no worries. You're good. I'm just jabbering. So I got home and he's like, "Oh, I'm playing this pony game and you gotta run around and you gotta jump and you gotta get these." And just explaining it in detail. So it was cute. He was having fun. Alright, once I get done with this thread, which I'm almost done with, I'm probably gonna take a break. Slightly extended one because I want to get something to eat real quick. Might just make like a bagel or something. Okay, first I was like, oh no, am I off one row? I'm not. I'm in the right spot. Oh, hang on. Pull the thread through. All right. And then we have 2 over here. I should have updated the description. I'm not doing the cleric anymore. I'm on the dungeon master. Alright, let me go ahead and tie this off. Not tie it off, but... There we go. Alright. So D&D, we're gonna update this. Dungeon Master. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Probably grab something to eat. And then once I get back, we'll continue working on this for a little while longer. Because it is already almost 2 o'clock, and I don't know how long I'll be streaming today. But I will be back.
They escape me, the recall it hurts. And I can't look the other way. I'm chasing starlight to find a start away. Breathe it in. It's just now. We're just falling. And we won't always free fall back to nothing. 'Cause I'm just starting to learn. I've always been chasing. in my soul. This is real. These nights are getting shorter. In my soul, this is real. And there's nothing in my soul like a battery in my soul. This is real.
Alrighty. Oh, there we are. Okay. I am back. There we go. I was like, come on, transition. Yes, I went and ate a sandwich real quick and had to, give the dog water and all that good fun stuff. So here is the Cleric cross stitch we just finished. Da 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 da! Cleric. And the start of the Dungeon Master. Excuse me. So what I do is I give myself about 4 weeks to work on these. Right now, just because I have the time and everything, and putting in the stats for how many stitches this is, and 4 weeks out, it says I need to do currently about 200 and a number that I don't remember. Oh, I closed the app. 212 stitches per day. So right now, we're going to aim for 212 stitches for today. And see if we can get there on stream. Which this color that we're on right now has over 1,000 still, so we're got plenty. And we've already done 88. Because that doesn't take into account the ones we just did right before I went on break. So, goal right now is to get to 212. We are at 88. And I gotta get more string. More thread. More threads. Yeah, I went and had myself a little sandwich. Just a little peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And then I transferred the laundry. I gave the dog some food and water. And some pets. She is currently playing with a ball. I have a lab mix, chocolate lab mix. So, ow. I think she just laid down, but it was like a thump. She's about 80 pounds, so she's not the chonkiest, but she's definitely not a petite gal. Right, Miss Maeve? Right, Miss Maeve? She's about 2.5 years old. What am I rolling over? Something's blocking my chair. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just imagining it. Alright. And now she's growling at the ball. Why are you growling? Did you drop it? So what she'll do is she'll be playing with something and she'll drop it in a box or somewhere that she can't reach it. And she'll just sit there and growl at it or bark at us like, hey, my thing is stuck. I need assistance. Let me see what she's doing real quick. Oh, did you knock your ball where you can't reach it? Oh, is it just out of your reach? Yeah, it was behind a box and you couldn't reach it. I'm so sorry. Here, let me move this so it won't go back there again. Yeah, she had knocked it just out of her reach, like behind a box that she couldn't get to. Yeah, she's lucky she's cute. Alright. Ah, welcome back from your phone call. Yeah, I went and ate myself a sandwich and took care of the puppers a bit. So we're trying to get to 212 stitches now. If I don't get quite to there before I feel like stopping, not the end of the world, because I probably will do more stitching later tonight off stream. I have my mothership game, and I tend to stitch while I play games. At least for mothership, because I don't need to have 100%. I do. So I tend to talk to myself anyways. But I found early on that sort of just talking about either like what you're doing or what your plans are, just sort of anything is helpful to sort of keep that flow going, so that even if, people are missing out, lurking or whatever, you're still chatting. That was a struggle kind of early on that I had to sort of practice. But once I got the hang of like, okay, I don't have to be talking about something specific. I can literally just talk about, hey, I went and ate a sandwich. It was peanut butter and jelly. It was delicious. Just so it's not weird, awkward silence, if that makes sense. But yeah, I do try to, I know there's times when, if there's no feedback or anything, I will go quiet for a little bit, get into a little bit of a groove and start stitching away. And then all of a sudden I'll kind of snap back out of it. But yeah, I do try to narrate either what I'm doing, what tools I'm using, something about what I'm doing even outside of stream, like, oh, I play D&D and, in my current campaign, insert story here. And then if I do, because I consider myself more like a variety streamer, but I haven't since I've gotten back into it as of last week. When I do video games, I talk about like what's happening in the video game, or I'll like kind of narrate like, oh, okay, now I'm gonna go do this, or what my goals are in the game, depending on what game it is, of course. But it definitely does take some getting used to, and it's hella awkward in the beginning. And then you find out your mic has been muted, and you're like, yay! Right. Yeah, so crafting, I find it, I don't know if I find it easier. Yeah, the muted mic, oh my gosh, is infuriating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The crafting, I think, is, I don't know if I find it easier or harder. Because I think I don't talk so much about the crafting usually. I talk about what's going on everywhere else. Unless somebody asks. But otherwise I might just say, okay, now I'm using... What color am I using? I don't even know what color I'm using. 3770 or something. Where did my thing go? Yeah, 3770. So I might talk about, oh, I'm using this. It is, this brand, and throw out the, the link. 4, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, definitely getting used to that can be a challenge. I think some of my early streams I probably was super quiet and hummed along to music or rambled about the most mundane things because I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah, muted mic is... It happens. It happens. Free up source space, go away. Yep, getting used to talking out loud. And getting used to feeling like what you're saying is dumb. Yep. No, self-narrating is great for streaming, especially early on when you don't have anybody to like interact with. I also found that when I self-narrated, sometimes people, like, I might be talking about my D&D game, or I might be talking about another craft I was working on, and that'll like spur people to chat with you too, because they might be semi-interested in cross-stitch, not really interested in D&D, but then you talk about, like, oh, I also do book nooks. And they're like, oh, what brand of book nooks? So they start chiming in. So I think it does help. Yeah. Yeah, we talked a little bit about D&D, but we also talked about, like, school and teaching and homeschooling and kids. So it's, yeah, it kind of just goes. I also have a stream of, stream consciousness type thing where I'll just jabber about whatever I'm thinking about. Yeah, I think probably that was hard to get used to, as well as like figuring out the technology side of stuff were probably the two biggest like hurdles early on. Once I figured out how like OBS and all that worked, that was the next biggest challenge, was probably figuring out like what sort of theme do I want, which I still don't. I mean, right now I just have like this green stuff going on that I've had for a long time. I don't even know how long. I keep thinking, oh, maybe I should change it, but I don't know what I want. I don't have a particular specific vibe I'm going for, other than like I'm a variety streamer, and well, I call myself a variety streamer, but at the moment, since I came back last week, I've literally only done crafting. Yeah, no editing. Yeah, just roll with it. And accept that you're going to be muted, or you're going to say something goofy. Well, I think, too, OBS has gotten a lot easier over the years. It used to be pretty clunky. Uh-oh. My stream might be cutting out. Hold on one second. Maybe not. My, music and stuff hiccups, though. I thought maybe... Yesterday I had a weird outage. Actually, right around the same time, I think. where all of a sudden our internet just like died. Just gave up. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's definitely gotten a lot easier. Um, yeah, I used to have multiple cameras. I had a better setup when my desktop was on the other table. But since I moved to this table and I like reorganized my, ow, I just stabbed myself really hard. Reorganized my office, I haven't quite gotten set back up. And that might have been why I quit before. Because I was like, ugh, I hate this setup. I don't like it. I want... two. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Nope, that is right. Okay. Ow, that hurt my finger. It's not bleeding, but I feel like I hit bone or something. Jeez. What was I saying? Oh, I've tried different setups before. Like, I don't even know if they still have the Streamlabs OBS slobs. I tried that one. I tried a couple others. I don't even remember at this point. And across all of them, like, OBS was like the easiest to set up and sort of get things running and customizable to at least my level of techie. I know forever ago, the biggest challenge I had was trying to get OBS to show, I was having problems with this, to show a browser, but with, what do you call it? I was trying to show like a DnD game. So I'd basically had two browsers open on my computer, and I wanted to show this one because it was logged in as a player, and this one, because I was trying to stream like D&D, this one as a GM. So I wanted to show this one, and it kept trying to show the other one, or it wouldn't show anything at all. It was, yeah, fun. Yeah. You stream multiple cameras. Got it. I have one for my camera, but it's like pointing off to the side right now, and I was like, I don't feel like fixing it. I need to figure out if I want to keep this as is, or if I want to do more with this setup in general. So my office currently has two desks. I have a sit-stand desk that I work at when I was working, and then I have another smaller desk that I use for my personal PC with all my streaming stuff on it. But since I haven't been working, I have like my laptop plugged in on my sit-stand desk with 3 monitors hooked up to it. So I could do job searching, and I do some editing. So, let's see. We're almost halfway there. We're at 120. Well, actually, we're over halfway there. Right. My regular, so this computer that I'm on at the moment has only 2 monitors just because of space. I just didn't have an extra monitor, and I don't have the space on this desk. But when I had like a company issued laptop, you know, I couldn't really play on that one. So I had my work stuff, and then because I do technical writing, 2 monitors is good, 3 is ideal for me, the way I tend to do stuff. Yeah, my husband has 3 or 4 monitors hooked up across his massive desk in his office. I used to have this desk right here is actually a like a dining room table. Yeah, it is hard to go back to one. And it's even harder to go back to like just the little laptop screen. But this desk is it's a expandable dining room table. And it has 2 leaves that can be put into it. They're currently out, so it's shortened. But I used to have both the leaves in, so it took up pretty much the length of my office. There was like one little area I could walk around at the end. And I had it set up to where one side was like work and the other side was play. So I could do crafting and I could do all that, but it was such a pain to like move around in my office. I got tired of that setup. Also, I really, really wanted a sit-stand desk. My last job, when they let me go, they only needed the laptop back. They let me keep the 2 monitors, the mouse, the keyboard, and the laptop hub or whatever. So I just basically plugged in my personal laptop and was like, alrighty, here we go. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's one perk of being Lyco, right? No. Acquired quite a few. That my other job was like that as well. When I left, I quit that job, and they're like, "You can keep the 2 monitors." I'm like, "I don't need 2 monitors. I'm getting two or 3 from. I got 2 from my current or most recent job. So I wound up using 1 from my previous job plus the 2 from my new job." And I think the other one from my previous job went to my husband's using it down in the what do you call it? Garage with the CNC machine. Uh-oh. Oh, my gut instinct kicked in. I was like, I'm supposed to be skipping one somewhere soon. I stopped right at the right time. Right, 1, 2, yeah. Nope, I did it right. I stopped right at the exact stitch I needed to. Yeah. I did, so I did this one a little bit ago. And you can't tell. I messed up so many times on it. So, but yeah, I messed up a lot on this guy, and I just had to keep like adjusting and tweaking. So, but it was one of those ones where right after I messed up the first time, I tried to correct for it, but I'd messed up somewhere else also and I never found where the 2 places I messed up initially. So I wound up using a lot of gut instinct. The problem with this one is that I couldn't even figure out where I had messed up to like go back. And I'll pick it out if it's like 5, maybe 10. If it's more than that, I'm like, nah, I'll just fudge around it. Yeah, I counted and recounted so many times. I'm like, I cannot figure out where I've gone wrong. It's so far back or so slightly wrong that it didn't even, it was a pain. And like, on the one hand, love how it looks on the black. Like, it's so nice looking on the black. On the other hand, I hate stitching on black. So, yeah. Hate stitching on the black. Even though it looks so good when it's done. I have another one I did on black right after that. Also, that's I think that one's an 18 or a 22. So it's a smaller. Where's my other black one? Where's my other little guy? Here. I don't know. I've got a collection of ones I need to, like, clean and frame or figure out what the heck I'm doing with them. Ooh, yeah. Exactly. And marking only gets you so far unless you mark every row and every column. You know, it's still really, really hard. Drifting again. How's the server stuff coming? About how long does it take to, like, set that up? Your Bed Wars? Skip. Go here. And I stabbed the butts out of my finger again. Stop one. Do, 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 do. At the moment, I'm at, after this last row I did 140, aiming for 212. And that'll put us at the daily daily goal for a deadline that I have self-imposed of July 14th, which is about 4 weeks out. Though I have been getting these done a lot quicker. More in the like week and a half to 2 week realm. So. Like the other one that I just finished, the cleric one, my self-imposed deadline was July 2nd. And I just finished it today. So 2 weeks early. Okay, we got this row. So after this row, I'll be at 156. Yeah, 156. And I'll have to see if I'm going to stream tomorrow. And if I'm going to stream, what am I going to stream? Should I do a video game? I haven't done a video game yet since I've been back. If I do a video game, what video game? I did download some free ones last night to play. I don't remember what they are. They look goofy. So like a couple sim ones and whatnot. I mean, as far as video games go lately, I've been just mostly playing... What have I been playing? Car Mechanic Simulator 2021. Doing some garage clean out. I think I've got 2 more cars that were in my alley that I'm trying to get clean and, finished up and then sold. And then my goal is to like go back in and work on the rest of the like main storyline quests and stuff to unlock everything, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, just basically finish up with that. One more. Okay. So I've been playing that one, and when I'm not playing that one, if my son is here and he wants me to, I play Skyrim. Him and I sat down, and he can't really play it, but I control it, and he tells me what to do, basically, so he's kind of playing it. So we create his character. It's an Argonian, and named Bob, and we run around and, shoot dragons and mammoths and whatever. But he really likes that, and I showed up to daycare to pick him up the other day, and he came running over with a couple rulers and was pretending to shoot me with like a bow and arrow with the rulers, and was like, "I'm using orcish arrows, ha ha ha!" And I was like, "Oh no," because gotta play into it, of course. And then I told him that we could get him into archery, if he wants to learn how to actually shoot bows and arrows, because that would be cool. He currently only does karate. It's the only sport he's in. But I would like to get him into a second one of some sort. Archery would be cool. They do have a fencing club near here that would be fun. I have to look and see what people recommend that, like, pairs well. I don't want to do, like, soccer, football, or any of those outside games because it's so hot. And, you know, as the parent, we have to just sit there in the heat while they run around and get overheated. But if he wants to do soccer, I'll do soccer. It's just not my first, second, third, fourth, fifth choice. Like, don't you want to do, like, ice hockey? Or, at least karate's indoors. That one he doesn't super have a choice in, but he's thankfully really likes it. He just got his commas last week or the week before, and then he's getting his sword soon. We ordered it, so we just gotta wait for it to come in. And in July they start the sword training for leadership. So he'll be doing that. But right now, he's on thin ice. And we're waiting to see. We gotta talk to the instructor today about his attitude, which has not been fantastic here. His listening has not been great, and his attitude has been pretty abysmal. Just very, very sassy and rude. So, yep. Thankfully, the instructors are really, really good there. They'll talk to him and, you know, come up with a game plan with him to, like, how can we do better? What can we do better? And, you know, hold him to it a little bit. I might be doing, I don't know if it's, we'll see if anything's going to come of it, but one of the other mothers at the school, the karate school, she actually, I think she was saying she's building a brand for embroidery stuff. So once she gets a little further, she was like, can I maybe reach out to you? Because you've done, you know, cross stitch and embroidery, and maybe we can, like, do some stuff together. You could give feedback on, like, the tutorials and the instructions. And I was like, yeah, that'd be great. So, I don't know. Who knows what will come of it? Maybe nothing. Stay hydrated, folks. Okay, where are we at? So we're now at 172. I'm in for 212. 212, my lord. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder if I used to have the other camera set to, like, look at here, and that camera on my face. I wonder if that's what my setup used to be. I don't even remember. So my, like, 4 days, I think, 4 or 5 days after I got laid off suddenly last year, someone hacked my computer, my personal computer. So I had to get my husband to step in and help, like, wipe everything and help me reset a bunch of stuff. But because of that, I lost all my OBS, everything I had set up. Not that it mattered. Like I said, I hadn't used it in a couple years. But even if I wanted to go back and see, like, what I had, I'd have to look at my old YouTube videos that I, like, exported my streams to even attempt to figure it out. And even then, I don't know if I could figure it out. Alrighty, we are getting low on this thread. I might tie this off at the end. Just start a new one. Going back up. You have to go to the dashboard. It's through the dashboard, and then on the left-hand side, there's the content tab. It's somewhere under there. Yeah. And if you have, like, a YouTube channel, I have mine set up to, like, when I do that, it goes straight to my YouTube channel. Because I figured that was the easiest way to, like, kind of back them up and stuff. I had the grand idea at one time that, oh, maybe I'll save them off and I'll, like, edit them, and then realized I really hate editing. Audio and video. Not an editor. So, that didn't last long, that idea. I did, very briefly did a podcast. It was audio only. And realized I really hate audio editing and, like, listening to my own voice. Oh yeah, I got nothing. I figured out how to edit 2 audio tracks and, like, a third with, like, sound effects and music. That's as far as I got with my editing, and I was like, yeah, this is not for me. It stresses me out, it bores me, it's not my jam, so. Oh. Is this for people calling in asking, like, what supplies do my students need? Or is it more kind of anything? Oops. Oh, okay. That's cool, though. Yeah. That's a lot. I know when we went to register my son for school, I looked up, like, how do I register? And, you know, from there had to figure out how to get him registered for kindergarten. And it was a lot easier than I expected. We banked on it taking like an hour, and it took us like 15 minutes. So, but could just be because I also showed up with literally all of my paperwork, like in order. The form that had like the check boxes of like, this is what you need, I had that all checked out. And then I also had his I had his formal diagnosis from getting ADHD, high IQ, all that good stuff. And then I also had his like star results from his current pre-K for his reading and everything. So I had all of that like lined out, and I was like, here's this. In this school in 2018. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and we had all of that. Yep. Yeah, we also had to have, like, proof of residency, you know, that kind of fun stuff. Woohoo! So I made sure to go in. I was like, here's my folder of stuff. Let's see, I just did that one, so I'm actually on this next one. Alright, with that last column, we're now up to 188. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I'm quick when I'm just kind of puttering along, surprisingly. When I worked at Bullhorn, my previous job, it's one of those things where I was sort of helping train. I was a lead technical writer, so I kind of helped train some of the team members how to like do their own publishing and stuff, because prior to that they had been sort of relying on one person, so it was a little bit of a pipeline, and it, you know, pipelines can get clogged. So I was like, well, why don't I work on training them to do their own publishing? That way, you know, they can do it whenever it needs to be done, and we don't have to rely on, you know, having this other person do it. And, you know, it can make them, you know, give them more tools. Sweet! Awesome. Well, maybe I'll pop by, because I might be done with this. But yeah, so I would like, it's one of those things where I just sit there and be like, okay, so then you're going to click here, you're going to click there, and they're like, wait, how do I get there? I was like, oh, sorry, let me go back to the beginning. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. But I eventually did get to the point where I was like, okay, let me just write down the steps so that they're at least written down and can then be passed on. Which is a good thing I did, because I mean, I went in on a Thursday, and you know, 8 a.m. logged. It was a remote job, so logged in 8 a.m. and at 11 o'clock they kicked me off my computer after telling me that I had been one of the unfortunate souls that was being let go. So luckily I had written down a lot of what I did while I was there, and was able to say, look, here's where my notes are. Yeah, it definitely was good. And I told the team, you know, like I was pretty close with the team. I told them, you know, one of my best friends was my manager. I was like, you know, just because they let me go, if you have a question that you literally cannot figure it out, give me a call, text me, whatever. I can probably point you in the right direction until you guys get settled, from the shake-up. So, I was always very open about, I'm not afraid to walk you through it over the phone, because I did a lot of the same steps day to day. And I made sure everybody knew where stuff was saved before I left. Because they told us at like 10 o'clock in the morning, hey, your computers are going to lock you out in about an hour. We're going to be scheduling calls with you throughout the day to reach out and go over the details and everything. But, IT is currently shutting everybody's stuff down. I was like, oh, well, okay. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I get it. I had only been there a year. I just hit my 1 year mark. And there was another girl on the team who also had only been there a year. So I think that's why we were chosen. We were the chosen ones, is because, we didn't have all the tenure. And I'm like, I get it. I'm not, no bad blood or anything. It sucks, but it was nothing personal. Yeah, I'm still in touch with a bunch of them. And the other girl that got laid off, who she started 1 month after me, she found something, so it's awesome for her. It's she's in sort of a more what do you call it? Not entry. She's not quite entry level, but she's more, what's the word? Novice. She's only been doing it a couple years, so there's a lot more, I would say, available in kind of where she can go. No worries. Alright, we're gonna do... So this puts us at 204. Right, 1, 2, 3. Yep. So we're sitting at 204 stitches now. Whoop, whoop. Aiming for 212. So after this column, I will probably start wrapping up. Because this should be enough. I should. Famous last words, right? Skip 1. Down 2. And then that 1 and 2. And then skip 1. And go stop 1 short. We'll see what this number puts us at after this row, or column. I said I'm aiming for 212. And right now, before this column, we're at 204. So, and this color has a lot of stitches on it. Oh, I will be doing this one for a little while. This particular color. Yeah, chapstick real quick. Lips cracking. There we go. Sorry, my lips are cracking. Yeah, and like I said, even though I'll get to probably 212 on stream, I'll probably work on this some more tonight, because Tuesday nights we play tabletop games, and I tend to stitch while we play. We play Mothership, which, if you don't know, is a horror-based RPG, TTRPG, tabletop, and it's based in space. Spooky things happen, usually like anomalies and aliens and ghosts and rogue nanobots, stuff like that. So we are playing through that, and I am playing currently. My first character died and was downloaded into a USB drive. Her consciousness was downloaded into a USB drive that one of the characters is carrying around currently. So she may come back, Dina. She's a scientist. But my current character is Duke McNuke. Cadet Duke McNuke. He's a soldier, and he is an explosives specialist, so to speak, who likes to collect and read, apparently, smutty paperbacks. My husband does a guy's night, game night thing, where they, hop in a Zoom call or a Discord call and play video games or watch a show or, whatever. So, yeah. And because his guy's night thing starts at 7, he can't really do karate on Thursday nights. And then Monday and Wednesday, it starts at 4:45, I think. So an hour earlier, which is a little too early for my husband to be able to do. Of course, I'm not working right now. I could do that. So like last week, I took him to karate Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Because there was a special class on Friday. It was a ninja ice cream party. They got to do the sword technique and then eat ice cream. He was very excited. Alright, so now we're at 230. And we're going to do this last column so that we kind of finish off this block. Make it nice and even. Not that I really care that much, but I figure why not. So I will be finishing up here very soon. 2, 3, 4, and then we'll skip. These buttons. Let's see. We have clip. Skip 1 all the way down to the corner. Oh, that was a sudden song change. Okay.